weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 hauls as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. Feet, 4 old friends, and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. Tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cush, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Mass at 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Ooh, red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 holes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine.
Good morning, everybody. Let's go do some mowing things. we're biking, I can have it higher up, but when we're sitting here, it's probably better to have it so you don't see the roof only. Yeah, this is rye, I believe, here, neighbor's rye. Looks okay. Not super big heads maybe, but... And then there's whatever there's between. Maybe it's canola, maybe it's peas. Hard to tell. Then four-wheel drive we want to put on. Then we can put this record on before we forget. Then we'll try to flip this down slowly. It's kind of hard to get it. Sometimes a little stiff, this handle, so it kind of bangs it down. Try something like that. Then we should have this is off. Put some throttle on it. Then we'll see if we can't get a little opened up here at the headland first. can do some longer passes to the other end. We can even start wherever we want because we got should have the auto steer line, some sort of good line here already. We can just kind of start wherever we end up. I guess we start in this end now. Somewhere here we can start. I think this one line is parallel to this side. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, we're just zoomed in a lot like that. Maybe go like this, looks better. Yeah, we should be parallel to. No, we're parallel to the other side. Oh well, we can start here still. Doesn't matter. Just go somewhere here. Pick up some sort of line wherever it wants to go. We can probably also, we'll see if we can go faster than this even probably. At least this speed. Probably faster once we can do the other headland. Then when we go back and forth, we can probably increase speed a bit. But yeah, the grass has grown decently since we were here and ripped the barn down. It's not super tall, maybe 25 centimeters, but enough to cut it. Especially if we actually get rain tomorrow, which might happen. coming here was where it was really thistle heavy last fall, but I think this grass here might be the twitch grass, but hopefully it's like, I think there's clover underneath, so when you cut it now, hopefully the clover takes over more. Or it might even be the other grass that we put there, like, I don't know how much Timothy there was in this, but probably a little bit of other grasses too. But yeah, the grass is actually quite tall. I was thinking about cutting later, but now when it's gonna rain tomorrow maybe, then this would be probably a good time to mow it just before rain, so it then bounces back up pretty quick or grows back. slides, then we can go. Should be able to go back and forth after this. Oh yeah, I think some of the grass, it's actually not all the twitch grass. I can see the rows there. It's probably the ryegrass. That usually goes, I guess, a lot in the spring. I guess it doesn't matter really, we can just go one pass. If we end up here now, we can just go one pass wherever here. Shouldn't matter too much. It will go past the barn if we go somewhere here. Yeah, let's go here. And we'll see if this picks up a line here. Might be pretty good there. We could probably also speed up a bit. See if we go this gear, what would that speed be? Maybe this is good, this would be like 8.4. If the field isn't too bouncy, then we can go as fast as... Yeah, we can go without bouncing around. Maybe this speed, maybe even faster. Seems to be cutting well at least, so at least this speed. Yeah, you can see the grass. The grass is the grass is in rows. It's gotta be the ryegrass, and where it's like a patch, it's probably the twitch grass, which is not good, but the ryegrass is fine, and there's a bunch of clover here I see, so should be good after we mow it now. At least we're gonna do serious damage to most of the weeds. Even here around the barn, the clover has bounced up, even if it got some extra walking on done it. back somewhere here, then wherever it wants to pick up a line here. I kind of line it up first, the first pass better, because then we can see like visually where the pass is, then it's easier. First pass, we kind of got to slow down like that a little bit, so we get a good start. But yeah, this would be 10 kilometers per hour. Probably can do this if it's not here where we drove with the tractors. Yeah, it's not too bouncy, I think. Just slow down for the poles and stuff. So the barn, it's not flat enough, so we can't drive straight here yet. We need to go around. But then next year, for sure, we can go around here. Or go straight. We do not need to go around next year. See if we can pick up. We can probably pick up the same line on the other side here. Maybe this one. Turn with this speed, maybe slow down one gear. Might be too fast otherwise. Then we'll see if the auto steer works also here now. Seems to be good, seems to be in the right place. already here. We might mow down a mouse or something. keep the same speed when we turn. Might need to slow down when it's like narrower. otherwise turn might be too tight. Have arrived. Checking if we leave anything to eat after us. Maybe not so much now as when we do this in the spring or do like field work in the spring. Might be more then. Thank you for the sub there, alien. Do we not have sound on here? Yep. It's technically like 4 times wider than the small lawnmower. Not that much bigger, but it is slightly bigger. You don't need to push it at least. Makes it a bit easier. Yeah, we would have to run behind the lawnmower to go this speed. That would be possible, I guess. Just be super good runner, run behind the lawnmower. Too tight of a turn. Oh no, I think we bumped it out. Or is it checked in? There's like a safety mechanism where this goes like, I think it's good, pops back out a little bit. It might come out sometimes when you drive fast. Seems to be good. Lawnmower mod with a bike. Yeah, I guess you could put it instead of you would replace the front wheel. Replace the front wheel with a lawnmower. You would need pretty small gears because it would be pretty heavy with the with the bike. But it could work. Safety mechanism when hit some object. Yeah, so sometimes when you just go fast or go over a bump, it might it goes like a little bit back like this. So kind of need to look out for that, because you don't, when you have it like that, then it puts like even more angle on the PTO. So you wanna make sure you're in the normal position when you're mowing. Kind of a safety mechanism. Oh yeah, we got John in chat. Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna mow this field and the other field, so John might mow in the afternoon. We'll see. We'll see how long this takes. I mean, it's gonna take like probably 3.5 hours to do this field, probably. So we'll see. But yeah, we'll try to finish this field at least, and then lunch break, and then we'll see who mows the rest. Yeah, it is Friday, and it's gonna be even more yay if it rains tomorrow. Maybe some rain tomorrow. I think it's officially it's 185, I think, but On the GPS I think I got 175 or something. Like you gotta have a little bit of overlap. Otherwise it could, or it's gonna start to leave some stuff behind. Now we'll see if it's set up correctly. There should be exactly one pass left. Seems about right. But yeah, this is a very, very like cheap mower. Basically the smallest mower you can get these days. But it gets the job done enough, like fast enough for us. Like we don't have that much to mow, but yeah, it would be nice to have a little bit wider mower, but yeah, it looks so bad if you leave like a little bit all the time. Looks very bad. Lube the bike. I need to clean my bike and lube my bike before next trip. Because it got kind of dusty last time. The 165 would be able to operate. Yeah, you could run this mower with the 165. It doesn't take too much power. Yeah, this one has auto steer and also very important today AC because it's a hot one today again. Would not be nice to be in the sun the whole day today. There is like some wind, so I guess it's not that bad, but still better with AC. Need to have some creature comforts. There should be like pretty much exactly one slice left. Looks pretty good. Yep, it's not leaving anything, I would say. It's good. They're saying it's gonna rain tomorrow, but yeah, I actually think there's gonna be some rain. I just hope we get as much as possible. We can take as much as, like, there's no limit now. Just more rain, better. The more rain, the better here. Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, even today they said in the afternoon there might be some small rain, but hopefully it rains a lot tomorrow. But yeah, I'm kinda, this would be the best to like mow now, and then if it rains tomorrow, then it's like the best for the lawn. Like it would, you cut the weeds and then the next day it rains and then the good grass starts to grow immediately. So that would be pretty good, I would say. Let's go a little bit slower here close to the barn. Might be a little extra bumpy here. Some chunks of dirt. I don't even want to mow really close there. There might be some dirt chunks. Yeah, John MC, yeah. Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain. That would be very nice. Better not get dirt. No, like as soon as you hit, even if the blades hit dirt, then they kinda get a little bit dull. I mean, stones are the worst, or rocks, but even if you hit a lot of dirt, then it's like, it's not gonna cut as well. But right now it's cutting good. It's not leaving any grass uncut. Even the twitch grass, that kinda is, that's the first one you see if you don't have sharp blades. The twitch grass kinda, it doesn't cut all that, but now it seems to be cutting everything with pretty new blades. Now I guess we could go on this side here. This side next. If we go turn this way. That's why I like to do the outside rows, like couple rows around the outside last. Because then you have cut most of the field with sharp blades. And then you go with the highest risk of hitting stuff when you do the outer side. That's why I like to do it like this. Do most of the middle field and then do the outside edge last. And we're even doing like in the recommendations of how to mow a field, like from the EU, it's like recommended that you start in the middle and mow towards the outside. So that way, like rabbits and wildlife has like better chance of escaping. If you go around and around smaller and smaller, then you might like trap the rabbits. I don't know if there's a big difference, but there is a recommendation like that too. But yeah, I don't know, rabbits, like they stay still and then hopefully they jump to the side before you mow them, because otherwise, yeah, you cannot see if a rabbit is hiding there. Hopefully it just jumps to the side. The rabbits are fast, but they try to hide. They have like hiding mode. If they would use more the running away mode, then they would be safe, but when they do the hiding, it's not good. But yeah, there are some clouds right now even, so hopefully some rain even today. might have left a little bit there. We can always do this if there's a little bit left. And you can reverse a little bit. When I started there, I had a little bit, didn't line up good. Mow backwards a little bit. Then we got everything. Yeah, then we probably do this in 2 sections at least. Yeah, maybe go somewhere here. And try to pick up some line. Maybe we're in the middle of 2 now. Oh, that's good. We'll do this side with the power line first, then we leave the easy stuff for later. Would it be better if the cut grass be more spread out and not in lines? So there's kinda, according to some people, it's better if it's spread out, but I don't think there's a big difference. Like it. Especially now if it rains on this, it's gonna like start to rot down pretty fast and go down on the ground really fast. So I don't think there's a big difference, but I mean a lot of the other mowers, whoa, Austin Powers. A lot of the other mowers that you mow this type of grass, they kind of spread it evenly. So I don't know. I don't think there's a big difference. It looks like there's a lot of grass now, and it's not. There's not even that much now because it's kind of short still, or not super tall. But it will dry away and like shrivel away pretty fast. So I don't think it usually comes through pretty fast. Usually not an issue. Snake mode. Yeah, a little bit drunk driver there for 20 meters. Oh yeah, we got John checking out the mowing stuff too. It's gonna be good with some rain. If it doesn't rain, then it's gonna kind of not grow very fast from here forward, but I think if it rains tomorrow, then it's gonna grow pretty fast actually. If we get yeah, then it's warm and rain, then it would grow fast. Yeah, of course the oats would be like, then there would be something to harvest this year, so that's also, that would be nice too. %, of field done. I mean this field is faster than the other one because here you can do pretty long passes. So this is still pretty good with this mower. We're doing with this speed 1.78 hectares per hour. So this field will probably take like 3.5 hours then, which is okay. Okay with our small mower. Yeah, I mean this one it's pretty cheap. Like the blades might be same on newer ones, but the blades are also really cheap to replace. They're literally like €1 a piece, I think. And then some belts, which are probably not too expensive. As long as the like main gearbox stays fine with the oil in it. As long as that one doesn't break, then there's not really much that can break on this one. It's pretty simple one, pretty cheap one. But yeah, the neighbor, they mowed their like grass there, and they have like a more like a crushing type mower. It looks a little bit like more even right now, but these piles of grass, they will go away pretty fast, like a few weeks, and it's gonna be, you can't tell where we mowed like in a few weeks. Mulcher. Nah, it's like a mower, but it's got two big discs that spin, or maybe 3, with some like bigger blades. But it's not like, I don't know what you call that. It's a little bit different than this one, of course a little bigger, but it's got the big discs with the blades on it, so it's kind of similar still. Yeah, who the hell mowed here? We got snaking around a little bit there. Looks funny always. There's also some stubble from last year which got mowed down. Yep. Yeah, the stubble from last year hasn't like rotten away completely yet. But now it gets cut at a lower height. I mean, last year when the oats were still pretty okay here, then we could leave like a long stubble, because when you harvest the oats, there's no need to go low if the crop is like high up. Then you can leave like a long stubble. Horizontal mower. Yeah, it's similar to this, but I think the blades that cut are much bigger. They're like maybe this long. On this one, the blades themselves are like very small. I think that's maybe the biggest difference. And it seems to do a more like crushing when it cuts the grass, and it leaves it like more even, I guess. But yeah, even here, if we mow this like 2 times or 3 times in the summer, we could mow it like from the other edge or like a little bit different spot. Then it will collect the grass in like different spots. If you really wanna do some high-tech stuff, then you could do that. Grass looking good, no, not many weeds. Yeah, it seems like the clover is coming. And there's a bunch of the ryegrass, I think. Just a little bit of like twitch grass in some places, but it's hard to see if it's twitch grass or if it's like the ryegrass. They look a little bit similar. But yeah, looks pretty good, and once you clean it the first time now, then should be even better next time. Especially if we get some rain. Called a mulcher. Sickle bar mulcher. Yeah, it's not a sickle bar, but it's still like two big discs that spin, but it's, yeah, there's many types of mowers. But yeah, some sort of cutter mulch or whatever. But that one, I think when they drive, they also don't drive that fast. Like it's a little, they have a little bit, it's a little bit wider. It's like a bat wing mower. Now I know. I think it has like, maybe it has 3 of the big discs, or at least 2. But yeah, bat wing mower. I think I've heard that in English also. So it's like Batman mower. Yeah, now I think we got the mower here set up pretty good. I think all the settings in the auto steer are pretty good for this now. That can sometimes be a bit tricky to get it set up. Made a bat from barn. Yeah. There was no bats in this barn that we removed, luckily, but yeah, at the farm there was one bat at least. That was literally the first time I've ever seen a bat. I didn't think we could have bats here, but apparently we have some bats. Because there's no caves around here really. But they can live in barns, it seems also. As long as they can find some dark places. Dead trees. Yeah, I mean, yeah, what do the bats eat? I think the bats eat like, what do they eat? Insects? Probably. They need some place to hang upside down though. So yeah. Bats eat insects. Yeah, probably, yeah. still pretty small. Basically a rat with wings, so. One pass here, the next pass I need to watch out for the pole. Where common they hunt over water. Yeah, there's a bunch of insects there, right? Bunch of insects on lakes and yeah, wherever there is water. Mosquitoes, a bunch of mosquitoes. I guess that's the one good thing, that it hasn't rained a lot this year. There's not many mosquitoes around. Mosquitoes are like, yeah, not a lot of like insects yet, but they might also come like a little bit later. Usually like end of this month you might get a bunch of horse flies and things. Yep. Yeah, it's the worst is if it's like moist, warm, and no wind. Then you know there's gonna be a lot of mosquitoes. Then if you go into the forest somewhere where it's like a swampy area in the forest, then there's like millions of bugs. Millions and millions of bugs. Bumpy for some reason. Bumpy place. Beach season starting. Yep, it's getting warm. School's out. Beach season. Summer holiday season. This month, next month, August. That's like the main holiday months. Hello there, Jim. hopefully a lot of rain in the ditches to swim from farm to the field. That would be one way to get to the field. Swimming. I can't say I've tried that one. Did you finish the manganese spray? Yeah, John sprayed. He sprayed all the oat fields. I think he got everything done in one day. It doesn't take that long. Like filling the sprayer takes basically half the time. But yeah, the spraying itself doesn't take that long. New York Knicks 13 wins in a row. New York Knicks, they're in the NBA Finals, right? Yeah, I think they're against San Antonio. Because John is like a San Antonio fan, I believe. So I've heard they're in the NBA Finals. Here we gotta slow down a bit for the, so we don't hit the power line here, or power pole I should say. Knicks on fire. Yeah, what is it? Do they lead like 2-0 already, or what is it? Or is it 1-0? Finland won the Ice Hockey Cup. Yes. Very good. That was very, very good. I knew before the tournament that yeah, Finland had a pretty good team, but always very nice to win. And it's very tight between the, like, let's say top 5-6 countries, so very nice to win for sure. Yep, that will be another slice completely finished. Then we can do probably the last bit over there. Then we'll do the other side. But yeah, the goal that Finland won on was really nice. Like, scored an overtime goal, flattened two opponents. It's pretty, like, probably can't get too much better than that for one player. Yeah, score winning goal, and after that, like 1 second, like, tackle two players away. Finns best in the world. I would say in ice hockey among the best. I guess right now the best, but yeah, it's very close between the big countries there. Not all categories in Germany, in some areas dumbness the leader. Yeah, there's plenty of categories in Finland also where we are the dumbest in the world for sure. a lot of very dumb rules also. Knicks will take it. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't checked the NBA that much. It's probably pretty close there also. Reason really bouncy right there. Bouncy stuff. But I think these passes are parallel to that ditch, so we can go pretty close there now with the next pass. Should work that way. Even go right to the edge here. It's kinda not super wide left here anymore. We'll see which line it would pick up here that would be close to the ditch but not in the ditch. But if we go somewhere here, yeah, I think there's a line actually right there. That's pretty good. Close to the ditch but not in the ditch, I think. Then we'll do a couple of passes in the other direction, then we can finish all the way to the ditch. Then we just have this damn power line here. There's a rabbit. There's a rabbit and it goes back in the grass. But if it's that scared all the time, then it should work good. But there was our first rabbit of the day. Yeah, here I can clearly see that the grass is in. You can see rows. So this grass here, it's not twitch grass, it's actually the grass we seeded, which is good. It's when you see like a patch with no rows, then it might be weeds, but here it's actually probably the ryegrass and then the clover underneath. Knicks have been playing together for many years, other team rookies. Yeah, I don't know the players. I know the San Antonio, they have the Wembayama player. He's a really long guy. He's a good guy, but yeah, I don't know which team is like better on paper, but it's probably not a huge difference one direction or the other. goes the rabbit. If it's that scared, it's good. It's running there like 50 meters in front. If it goes away from this field, that's good. Don't want to mow the rabbit. Now it goes that way. Just don't hide in the grass. But yeah, the NHL finals are also on. There it's like Carolina against Las Vegas. I'm hoping Carolina wins there. There's like at least one Finnish guy in Carolina, so. But that's probably also a pretty close series in the finals. Las Vegas was really good against Colorado, sadly. I'm a bit of a Colorado fan, but no chance against Las Vegas. Like 4-0, so that was... I thought Colorado was almost favorite there, but no chance. Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't have YouTube chat connected, but hello there. It's over. I usually can read YouTube chat, but it's this app. It always disconnects from the YouTube chat. Then I need to manually reconnect. So. But now I can read YouTube chat also. I think it's something on the YouTube end. Like I think the guy that makes the chat app, he said that he can't make it so it auto connects. Like then it think it's like a bot, and then it like the account gets banned. So I think that's why you have to like manually reconnect, like once every 2 hours or something. It's pretty annoying, but I guess there's nothing we can change right now to make it automatically reconnect. See this here. We're gonna cut our uneven spots here and watch out for the power lines again. Can do one pass here in the other direction, but then the one pass that goes over the ditch, I'm gonna leave that last. Do everything else before that, so if we hit dirt or rocks, at least it will be at the very end of the field. we hit probably a little bit of dirt or something. When you reverse up, it can always find something to hit. And these power lines, you kind of be careful to not hit the mirrors of the tractor. We could probably do, we could do these now, or save these for later. Yeah, we could. Sometimes we have done the outside row with the sickle bar mower, because that one doesn't really care if there's like rocks, because you go pretty slow with it and it goes like over rocks better. But yeah, I think I can do it with this one. When I do the outside row, I'm gonna have the mower like more up in the air and then do the outside row. But yeah, you could leave it and do it with the sickle bar mower, like the really old mower. That would be one option too. But we're here, so we might as well do the whole field. But yeah, when I cut the outside row, like now I'm probably leaving like, I don't know, 5, maybe 10 centimeters stubble. When we go the outside row, I probably want to leave like 15-20 centimeters. Like I'm gonna cut a bunch higher when we go the outside. Probably drive a little bit slower too. Some leftovers for the rabbit. Yeah, the rabbit has a lot right now, but when this dries up, the rabbit's gonna find some fresh grass to eat then also. But yeah, we saw at least one rabbit already. Usually when you mow this, you see rabbits there, because there's a lot of like fresh grass for them to eat here, so could even be many rabbits. Not too many dandelions here out on the field. Like I can see a few, but mostly on the lawn around the house there was a bunch of dandelions. Not too many here in the field. And they're not like, dandelion is not a bad weed for the fields. As long as you plow the field like once in a few years, then the dandelion doesn't really survive. There's a rabbit. There's one. It was hiding right here. Now it's hiding there. Please go. Do not do that. Do not hide. Jump around. Jump around. So now 2 rabbits. That was not the same as the first one, I believe, because the first one ran away. But yeah, please jump, please jump. Because yeah, I could basically not see that one. When it was running you can see it, but not when it's still. ditches. Yeah, I can mow. I can do the outside too. It's fine. We could do it with the other mower, but might as well do it now. It went a little bit this way and then it stayed in the grass somewhere here. We'll see if it runs away now. Hopefully it doesn't try to hide. Also the wind, there's quite a bit of wind, so the grass is moving already. So I can't really tell. Like if it would be completely still, then you could see when the grass is moving. Then you can see where the rabbit is running maybe. Honk for the rabbit. I don't think it's that, like the tractor has a lot of sound already, should be loud enough. But yeah, we'll try to see if we can see something. Try. Let's see if this the horn on this is not very loud. It's like I think the tractor has more sound than the horn. Open window and yell, yeah. Open window. Get out, rabbit! Get out! At least the one rabbit was smart enough to run away. Ah, there it's running now. Now it's running away from me in front. Now it went back into the grass. Go out, go out. Now it's again somewhere in here. It was already out, but now it went back in the grass. Now I can't see it again. But yeah, Hopefully it runs away when it hears some sound. Yeah, it was somewhere there. Can't see anything now. Planned already what's on the grass field next year. Yeah, I think it's gonna be oats on this field. GPS wobbles. No, GPS is very good. You can see it does very small adjustments. In the beginning it was sometimes way too aggressive, but now this is very calm. Like it does small adjustments. I think the GPS is working pretty good at the moment actually. It was way rough sometimes before. Now it's pretty calm, I would say. Switch it off and grab the wheel. No. It's way easier this way. It's more accurate. I can like chill. That's the it makes this work job very much easier where you don't need to steer all the time. Just around power lines and turning around, then I still do manual steering. But when I drive like this now, it's like don't need to steer. And throttle is here on the hand throttle, so I'm not doing anything at the moment. It's just going. The throttle, you can just have it on the same, like roughly 1800 RPM all the time. Don't need to have the foot on the pedal even. But yeah, the GPS, it has to do some steering because it's trying to stay on a straight line, and you always need to do like small adjustments to stay on the line. If the steering wheel is completely still, then it will start to veer to either one or the other side. It's the same if you drive a car on a perfectly straight road. You're probably gonna do like small adjustments on the steering wheel. You're not gonna keep the steering wheel completely still. That's a good way you can try if you drive a car. Try to keep the steering wheel completely straight. Then you see how it starts to go off to either one or the other side. It might seem weird, but that's how it actually goes. But yeah, no hands now. Hands are up here. Found a cheap SIP 2.6 meter mower. Yeah, this is a very small mower. It's like 1.8 meters. I would like this tractor could pull like something like a 3 meter mower, but yeah, I could try to buy some old junk or something, but I mean this works fine. This is still in pretty good shape, so would be nice to have a little bit wider mower, but this is fine for what we have to mow. Yeah, this, as I've said a few times, this year the goal is to survive the fuel bill, so we're not going to be upgrading too much of the field equipment this year. Also we bought the new wood burner, so that plus the install is gonna cost quite a bit, so definitely no new mower this year. Bigger mower needs more room. Yeah, that's one thing also. Then we need to build bigger barn, and then all of a sudden you have invested like a lot of money. First bigger mower, then bigger barn, then bigger everything. Then you need bigger tractor, and then oh shit, there goes 100,000. 3-meter mower equals half the fuel. Nah, it's not, with this mower it's not using much. We have used maybe an eighth of a tank, and we have done like almost half this field. So we can get everything mowed with, maybe it takes like half a tank. So it's not the fuel consumption is not too bad here. Maybe with a little wider one it could actually use less fuel per hectare maybe, but probably not a big difference. My Mowing fuel use was 9 liters an hour. Yeah, this tractor isn't new enough. I think the new ones you can see how much fuel you use. But we started with like a full tank of gas or tank of diesel. Then we can see at the end of the day. But I'm thinking we might be using less than one tank. So. But yeah, 100 horsepower tractor. If it's pulling hard, then we would be using maybe 10 liters per hour. But yeah, my guess would be we're using, I don't know, 5 to 7 liters per hour maybe. Hard to say. .8-liter engine. Yeah, I think this one has, I think it's like, is it 4.5-liter engine maybe? It's not that big. It has turbo, so it's, yeah. The 399, the other tractor we use has like a 6-liter engine, but also 100 horsepower. bigger displacement, but no turbo. This one smaller engine with turbo, and both have about the same power, but I don't know, fuel consumption might be similar still. Maybe this one could use like slightly less fuel even. But yeah, for sure this engine you need to like rev it up a little bit more than the other one. The 6-liter engine, like, it has more torque than this engine, so you can kind of drive it with lower RPM. This one you wanna rev it up a little bit more so you get the turbo in there. Get some turbo pressure. 4.4-liter 4-cylinder turbo. I think it's something like that. I'm not an expert. John knows the exact displacements, but 4-point-something liter engine, I would say. But yeah, the grass has grown pretty good here, even with basically no rain in the spring. But I guess when the snow melted, it had a little bit of juice to grow. Few passes here, then I think we're done about half the field then. According to this here, we're closing in on the half the field. Yeah, we have done like 1/8 of a tank, so if you use a quarter of a tank here and a quarter on the other, then it would be like half a tank, which probably, I don't know how big the tank is on this one. But yeah, if it would be, maybe it's like a 120 liter tank. Don't really know actually. But then if we would use, let's say, 60 liters on 12 hectares, it would be under, for sure, under 10 liters per hour or per hectare. Maybe like 7, yeah. Something like that. About 150, okay. Well, then we use probably like 70 liters today, or like 35 liters per 6 hectares. Then it would be a little bit between 6 and 7 liters per hectare, I think. That's not too bad. Of course, that's like 12 euros per hectare with the prices right now, but it was 7 euros per hectare. Now it's 12 euros per hectare. It's not good that the price has gone up that much. On the lunch menu today, chicken wings. Sounds good. I'm gonna mow this field completely. Then I take probably a lunch break. Then we'll see if John does the other field or what we do. Yeah, John John took some seagulls out of here. Some seagull wings. Might see. I could try to fly the drone on the other field a little bit. We will see. Guess we could do the one pass up here, because at the upper end I only have the like outside pass to do. So I could go down here and I come up once here, then there's only the ditch left there, and then do the same for the other end or other side. Might be the plan. Still a little bit sunny, but it's there's a little bit of upper clouds around now. Doesn't really look like rain clouds yet, but maybe some afternoon showers. One pass here that's still kinda on the field, so to speak. And the last pass will be outside, almost outside the field or above the ditch. This is still in the safe area, I would say. Then at least one more pass there above the ditch. Maybe almost like 1.5 passes. here so we don't hit the power line or hit anything like that. Leave a little bit when you start the pass, you can always go like this and grab the little bit. Doesn't really matter that much if you leave like a few straws, but if it's visible it looks better if there's nothing left. Yeah, maybe it matters most to not leave so it looks good for the neighbors. Maybe that's the most important part. Whoop! There, it probably hit something. Could have been a rock, could just have been dirt too. But yeah, as I said, the blades themselves are pretty cheap for this, so just gotta replace them often enough so you don't end up with no need to cut with like dull blades. Pretty cheap to change. But yeah, at least it looks nice when it's straight rows. When I mowed this manually, I mean, you could get pretty straight rows, but when you did a piece like this, then at the end it always ended up like, you always ended up with a little wedge because it's impossible to like go there and then come parallel down here. So you always ended up with these small pieces. Now when you go here and up, it's finished. So there's actually probably a pretty big saving here when you can do like, for the most part, only full passes. Not those like half passes. That's probably where the biggest saving is. And you're sure it looks nice from the farm. When you look up here, you can see the rows because this is like, it's straight back to the farm there, so you can clearly see the rows from there. Looks nice too. Looks nice. Even if it doesn't really matter, but I mean, straight rows always look better than crooked ones. This is last pass here. Then we got just a little bit of the barn there to watch out for, and then there's like one pole there, but the other half there is gonna be next year. The other half, like 4 hectares of this field, will be completely basically without poles. Only that power line there and 2 of these smaller ones. But yeah, I haven't seen the rabbit now here. So hopefully it jumped to the side at some point. I don't see any body anywhere either, so probably the rabbit jumped to the side. Usually if you run over a rabbit and it dies, then you can see all the birds go there. So it's pretty easy to see usually. Try to see if we see it in the grass here, but it's almost impossible when it's staying still, or if it's staying still. Of course the rabbit is brown, same color as the dirt. Yeah, I think it's gone somewhere. Somewhere away. Then we gotta do a little bit on the other side of the posts here still. Might wanna slow down here considerably now to do the last bits here. Little back and forth here. Just a little bit on the other pole. Then we should be good here. I mean, it doesn't take too much more time to mow here around these, but a little bit. I have to go back and forth a few times. At least if you want to clean it up relatively good. There's a little piece here also. Maybe even here I left something. Little stripe right there. Now it looks good enough here, I think. If you want to go really close to the poles, you would probably need to come in with the like brush cutter or some hand tool. But yeah, it's better to leave a little bit than try to go in the rocks. There might be some rocks thrown close to these power lines also. Best to not try to go too close. What about this here? Do we get everything here? Maybe there's a little bit left behind. Now it should be good for sure. Yep, that's good. No talking stripe left behind. No. Nope. Also, when we do the last here, we can drive a little bit like this, and if we see anything left here, we can do this when we go back to the other part here. Yeah, this way, if I would drive this way, it was plowed the other way. If you would try to drive this way, it would be way too bouncy. Could not go 10 kilometers per hour. Then almost, it's not a rectangle, it's wider up here, but almost a piece with no obstacle, just a little bit of the barn and then one pole. Need to remember that one so we don't hit the pole. That's the one with GPS. When you set up a long line, then if you don't pay any attention, like you're on your phone or something constantly, then you could definitely hit the pole there. Because the GPS is not gonna like warn you or anything. I think maybe in some more advanced you can put in like a danger area where it's like if it goes here it starts to beep or something, but this one I don't think has that. So you gotta pay attention for the power poles, power lines and stuff. So probably slow down a bit here. Cosmetic surgery is such a taboo. Now you can talk about Botox and nobody raises an eyebrow. Short thing. But yeah, it's kind of true. I don't think it looks very good when people stuff their face with all kinds of things. I think it looks kind of bad, honestly. Oh yeah, we did the one pass over there. One rogue pass right there. Interesting, my phone is at 100% still. I'm using the other battery that I thought was bad. But today it's working. Today it's having a good day apparently. The pass for John to walk. Yeah, clearly that's why I made it, so he could check the field. Make it for the EU people so they can go and check that the field is mowed. I guess it's almost mowed now soon. But yeah, it's true, I guess. Tall grass like this, it's better. I guess it's better to mow it before you walk in it, because there could be like ticks like tall grass. Realizes that it's mowed with a huge delay when they have to pay. Yeah, but with the EU people, I think it's usually in the middle of the summer now when they come and check the farm or check all the paperwork, and then they also usually check the fields a little bit. So that's probably coming up soon. Don't really want to stream that because I don't know if you can even stream that. Maybe the person that does the checking would not like it if they get streamed or like filmed when they do the checking things. Now I think this stuff probably has dried up, so now you could come and try to smooth it out without getting stuck. Now it's probably dry. Yeah, next year we get like whatever we counted it out to be, like €5 more of subsidies because the barn is gone. Huge difference. Huge difference. Is this loose here? Sounds like this is maybe loose. Gotta tighten these screws maybe. Sounds like there's something loose here. Maybe. Last year when something fell down from Sampo, yeah, then it fell. It was something. No, it was something with the fans or something. Something fell down then too. This one doesn't feel completely loose, but sounds like it's a little bit loose maybe. Gotta tighten these up maybe. It doesn't even necessarily feel loose this way, but maybe there's something inside there that's loose. Oh, that was a big bounce there. Maybe a mole hole or something. This is a little bit of mini headland, but almost for the last time now. Just this year when we cut the grass, and after that we can slow down a bit. Then we can just go straight over this whole area here. Then the other end a little bit. That's just bark. Always gotta look out for anything suspicious now when we tore down the barn. Could be some bits left. There's some chunks of dirt there. Probably don't want to go really close there. Should be enough. Now we basically only have the one pole left for obstacles. Pretty much. Yeah, should be pretty chill. Other than some rabbits somewhere. It should be pretty chill. guess when we do the outside row, there we need to focus and pretty much drive manually, but that's at the very end then. Still got like 2.3 hectares left. Decent bit. It's only one lap. Yeah, that's the home run lap at the end, around the whole field. I would say it's pretty windy outside. It's gonna be a pretty windy day today. Which is fine. For this it doesn't really matter if it's windy or not, or even a slight rain doesn't matter. But yeah, the field is also very dry, so we won't be leaving many ruts or things. So I guess that's good. Steven Seagull. Steven Seagull has found his way over here. can zoom in here. We have 3 more passes here, or 4 with this included. And then over there we probably have maybe like 10 full passes and then some shorter up there. But yeah, now it shows even correctly on the tractor here. There's a tractor and then there's a little bit on the side is where it's like making it blue. I think they even upgraded this like graphic here. Before it showed like, even if you had the implement on the side, it showed just a tractor with something in the middle behind it. Now it's easier to visualize it here. It's doing the right thing. Yeah, I think once around the outer edge is enough. Even at higher speeds now, the steering wheel is basically doing the same steering motions I would do if I would be driving myself. Pretty calm movements, even if we're going pretty fast now. So now we finally got I think the GPS is all in all pretty well set up now. And we got all the implements are set up with it, so that's always the trickiest parts too. If you get a new implement, to get it set up correctly. Especially if it's not in the middle behind the tractor. Because yeah, when we set this up for the first time, big struggles to get it get the offset right to the side. A little bit tricky there. Soon we used a quarter of a tank. It's probably gonna be a little bit over a quarter of a tank. to this one fill. And I don't know if this is exactly like, if it says you have used 1/4, have you exactly used 1/4? Sometimes it's like it shows a little bit, and then the last bit lasts longer. Or maybe shorter sometimes. So it's all like approximate. But for sure it's gonna use maybe half a tank for everything today, so not too bad. Two more passes left here. One's up, one's down. But yeah, this is easy as if you line it up manually, you see where you drive, and then you put the auto steer on. Because you don't, when you drive this fast, you don't really have time at the headland to like line it up, put the auto steer on. But it's, once you get the first cut, then you can like drive like that, then you see, visually drive it in the right spot, and then you put the auto steer on. I found out that that's probably the easiest way. Easiest way to toggle it on and off. And we only have, you could have like we have, I need to put it on and off from the touch screen here. But you can also get like some buttons that you could put a button somewhere here where you put the auto steer like on off from here. Now I kind of need to look a little bit here so I have the thumb in the right spot. There was like a piece of wood there. I need to pick that up. That had some nasty sounds in the mower. Seems to be cutting fine still, but yeah, I need to pick that up. That probably fell off when we hauled out the barn. Big piece of wood. Now it's a mowed piece of wood. Didn't seem to break anything, that's good. But yeah, generally you don't want to feed big logs through the mower. We'll see how big piece it was when we go back the other way. Yeah, probably didn't have any nails. We'll see when we go back. I can stop and pick it up, so we don't mow it the next time, because this needs to be mowed at least one more time this summer. So we want to remove it before that. Yeah, we'll see what it was. It sounded a little bit. It was probably not like a. It was probably not a wood like shingle, because it was probably a more chunky piece of wood. But yeah, we'll see when we go back down here. I can pick it up. Then we'll see what it was. Probably just some piece of a log that fell off. Yeah, it looks pretty nice when you can see which has been mowed in this direction, and then when you mow in the other direction, it looks like it's different colors. So it looks like the fields has like stripes. It's like a zebra field. Somewhere around here we can see if we can see it. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, it's a pretty chunky piece. It's a pretty chunky piece. I'll just go out and pick it up, then we'll see. Looks like a pretty decent chunk. What's the camera doing here? Definitely had some nails in it. I even found a nail, like there was a nail here, and it hit it here. You can see the blades hit, and then it literally cut off this nail. So we definitely, but I don't think it's still cutting fine, but we can check the blades later. We definitely hit the nail, and it was a pretty chunky piece of wood. But yeah, I think if that nail was there, we removed the nail. Hopefully there was no more loose nails in this one. I think this one was right here, maybe. I can't really remember where this is. I could roll the roller here. Maybe I should. I'm gonna pile some grass weirdly here. Then I could come with like big metal detector and collect if there is some more loose nails. So I'm gonna pile the grass there weirdly. I'm gonna keep this in the cabin here. Throw it somewhere. yeah, it's not too bad. Like, as I said, I can replace all the blades for like €6, so it's not too bad. It's not too bad, yeah, because it didn't break any of the major parts. I think only the blade might get a little bit dull, but that's fine. That's cheap to replace. But yeah, I left some grass in a pile so I can come and check if there's maybe a loose nail or something. But yeah, at least it's removed now. It was a pretty solid piece of log actually. Fell off probably from some trailer at some point. But yeah, we can be on the lookout if we see any bigger logs here. I don't think there should be anything too big. But yeah, that's kind of part of it. Like there might be a little rock that's sticking up. Like that's pretty normal. It's gonna happen. Still gotta be kind of like we're kind of lucky still because these fields are, for the most part, quite rock free. So in some areas you need to replace all those blades like every day, pretty much, if you have a lot of rocks in the fields. Fell off trailer. Yeah, it probably fell off some trailer at some point. But yeah, it's okay. It's just things that happen. But yeah, I made a big pile of grass there, so I might be able to, in the next few days, I can come and roll that there with the metal or big magnet to see that there's no nails. Maybe at the same time, if I come and smooth this barn area out, then I could detect that there at the same time. But yeah, it didn't even push out the mower. Like it was pretty big. If it would have gone under it, it might have pushed this like safety switch out, but it didn't even do that, so. Wasn't too bad. It's still mowing. I don't see any difference in the mowing result. Still cutting everything off nicely, so. I mean, those blades are like, it's good that there's like a big bolt and then the blade is like this, but it's loose. The blade is not like welded on. Then it would have been completely destroyed there, but now it can like, if something solid hits the blade can go like backwards. It's like kind of like a flail. It's just dangling on there. If it would have been, yeah, if everything would be like welded together, then it would have been massive damage right there. That's why it's good that the blades are like loose. But yeah, it's a pretty big wood piece. I mean, if it would have jammed somewhere so the disc would have stopped spinning, then it could have burned the belts also. But luckily it kind of went through the mower quite easily. But yeah, you don't really want to on purpose mow stuff like that, but can happen sometimes. There we made a little pile of the grass, so I might find the spot still. Can always be some foreign objects in the field. Yeah, especially there's many stories where farmers have like a field close to a big road. Then you can find like tin cans, bikes, all kinds of trash that people throw out from their car. And then yeah, some big metal parts like a bike frame or something like that. That would be very bad for the mower. Also very bad if you then feed that grass to some cows. Then it's very bad if you have some tin cans there, because they're not even like magnetic, so then if they get shredded up and then a cow eats that, then could be a rip cow. Shopping cart in combine. Oh man. Yeah, that sounds bad. Then when it's like metal, when it goes in the combine there, it's like I can imagine how hard it can be to get it out. Because if you get like twisted metal in between there in the header of the combine, it's gonna be like nasty. It already feels bad even if it didn't happen to me. Like I haven't plugged the combine too bad. Like last year we had once where it like too much pea straw went in at once and then it kind of plugged in the front there. So then we need to spend like half an hour digging the pea straw out so it worked again. But yeah, I haven't really put anything worse through a combine yet. Once a rock was very close to going in the combine, but luckily it stopped on the header and didn't get sucked in with the crop. There was a lot of damage, cost thousands of euros to repair. Oh, there's a rough part. Yeah, I'm sure it can be expensive. Like if you bend some things there, then you need to replace them, and yeah, it's big combine, yeah, oh man. If you like the main thing, the screw that's over the whole thing that brings everything together, if you bend that one, I don't even know what one of those costs. Could be very expensive, very fast. was clearly a human-made problem. Yeah, I don't think shopping carts generally grow in fields. Or anything metallic for that part. Field could have some nasties beside the bigger road. Yeah, I guess the other field there, that's the only field we really have close to the big road here. There could be some junk there, yeah, for sure. Thankfully it's not like a major road through here. It's still like there's not too much traffic, but yeah, there could be some junk there for sure. Just need to slow down a bit here, turn a little bit out. Hit the dirt a little bit there, as you can see from the dust cloud, but that's fine as long as we don't go too much more in the dirt. Are finding something here. There's probably some bugs and maybe some mice or something that get mowed up that the birds can eat. have roughly, probably, yeah, 1 hour left, I think, here. 1.5 hectares plus the outside road, probably, so. Oh, it's already 11:47. Oh well, I'll do this field and then lunch break. Last power line thing. After this it should be basically, maybe on the outside road there might be some things. But it shouldn't be too many. Like when you do the outside row, it's basically in the corners. There might be the marker for the corner, the marker for the where the field ends. So there you gotta be a little careful. But there shouldn't be too many rocks on the outside row on this field because, yeah, not many rocks in this field here. Phone is still at 100%, so this, I thought this battery was dead, but today it's charging just fine. random battery. Works sometimes, sometimes does not work. Pass. I guess we can do a little bit of a slice with all the last full passes, and then there's a little bit like a triangle left. Yeah, basically situations like that where we hit the log, if that would have jammed in there and you would have to stop the mower, go out, rip some out, like that's what I think where there will be a problem. Like otherwise, like just driving, some AI could probably drive back and forth here, like completely, even do the turns and everything. But it's when something unexpected happens, like the mower jams for some reason, like it doesn't spin anymore, then you would have to shut it off, otherwise it would burn the belts. If the AI would just keep driving, it would not mow anymore, it would just be driving on the field for nothing. Like that's where the hard part is with the completely like autonomous driving in farming. Like what does the AI do when the unexpected happens? It could drive pretty well, yeah, when you're just driving. But then if that thing plugs, combine plugs, something sounds like it's about to break, what would the auto driver do then? That's when you still kind of need like some sort of human logic, I guess. Try to solve when you get issues. The driving itself is easy. But then yeah, when things go wrong or not as expected, that's when you might need either a really smart AI or something else. But it's definitely interesting. I mean, at some point the artificial intelligence probably gets smart enough where it can do basically anything we can do, but maybe we're not there yet, but maybe soon. Now we've done soon 5 hectares, so yeah, last hectare left. Pretty much a 6 hectare field, this one. Back there. Seems to line up pretty nicely. Doesn't maybe turn enough, but at least almost directly. There's one small field over there that I don't know if anybody has farmed in a while, but now it looks like someone is farming it. Like there was a lot of dust, someone was probably still like harrowing it or something. I wonder who has bought that field. It's like a very tiny field there, maybe a couple hectares. I don't know who even owns that field, but it seems that somebody is farming it now. this one is. Oh yeah, this one is maybe loose. Get this tightened up. Screen stays up and doesn't fall down. Now we can go with the last pass, we can drive in this direction here. As close to the ditch as we can here in the start. And then we will kind of come out from the ditch a little bit because yeah, it's gonna be a little bit narrower in the other end. Now you will see like this is a parallel line with that ditch. Now you see like it's a little bit there's gonna be a little bit of a triangle here now. We can do all these we can do with the GPS, and when you do this triangle we can do like one side with GPS and the other side we need to drive manually. Because it's not very easy to set up like two lines like this that you use all the time. So it's probably easier to drive manually up and then GPS down. Should only be a few passes. Probably like, what is it gonna be, 10 meters wider. Quite a bit wider at the other end. Maybe even 15 meters. But yeah, this is the YouTube chat always losing connection. You have to manually reconnect. It's quite a bit wider, probably 15 meters here now. Sounds fine. I don't hear any metal hitting metal. It could, when we hit the big log, it could have bent one of the blades like down so much that it would hit metal, but it sounds fine. I don't hear any metal on metal action. That's one thing I guess that could happen also. There's the same bird that was around when we seeded fields. We should go up here, then we can come back in the other direction here, then I can do one more GPS pass. Then it's only going to be a little bit without GPS. If you drive manually here, the easiest way is to see, you can look at the front loader, then you either look there where the low end, it's like right where the edge of the grass is, or you look up here and that's like a little bit in the unmowed grass. That's how I would drive without the GPS. Just look at this and then try to keep it there. We'll do a little bit of manual driving here at the end. Yeah, we have like 0.7 hectares left now maybe. Plus outside, I don't know if it counts the outside edge. Depending on our how correct our like outside limit is. It might or might not count in the last loop around the field. Last full pass down and up there. Then all these are shorter and shorter and shorter here. Finished lunch and did some rock moving. Okay, nice. Yeah, you can probably do the other field, and I could even do some mowing in the garden maybe before the rain. If you mow the big field, I mow the small field. Sadly, we can't fit this one on the lawns that well. Otherwise, I could mow the lawns with this. Wouldn't take so long. But yeah, maybe I'll try to mow the smaller lawns with the lawnmower. And then we'll try after lunch. I can try to do at least a little bit at some point when you have mowed a little bit of the big field. Then I can fly the drone a little bit. See how well or bad the drone will work today. Would be nice to get some outside footage of the mowing. Then you can even power wash it if you want to. Then we can pressure wash the basketball place also. Clean all the debris from the firewood. Yeah, I'm ready for lunch soon. Finish this field, then food break. Looks like it wants to rain here even now. Would be very nice. Look out for the corner turns. Yeah, when I mow the outside edge, I'm gonna leave the very corner unmowed. like just come like this and turn. I'm not gonna reverse to the corner because the cornerstones are not that well visible. So I'm gonna leave a little bit that you can maybe mow later with the sickle bar. Like I'm not gonna try to get close to the rocks because that only ends badly. I'm just mowing like most of it. Same like with the power line poles, you don't want to try to get like super close. It can be very, very costly last centimeters. Yeah, now we've done 5.5 almost, so there's like half a hectare of a triangle left. Don't go under the small. No, that's probably easier to just go around. The big one is okay, but the smaller ones, it's better to not even try to go there. There it could be kind of perma-grass. Permanently just grass under the small pole. Or small power line. Yeah, this is the wedge. This is how much it's wider here than the other end. Now you can see in the other end of this it's basically to the corner, and here it's a little bit wider. Clearly visible now. Are you the only viewer? On YouTube you might be. This stream is going to Twitch, Kick and YouTube, so all together we might have some more viewers, but Yeah, on YouTube I definitely have the least amount of viewers. I'll just mow this so we leave the edge to do with the last pass. Now when we go up, we also need to steer ourselves actually. No auto steer now this way. Just drive here pretty close to the ditch. How do I find mowing? It's okay. Don't need to do too much of this. We only have like 12 hectares to mow now, so not too bad. And I think at lunch we might switch over so another driver does the other field actually. I'm just finishing up this field. But yeah, only got this little piece left here. Little triangular piece. Once we go the other direction, I can still use auto steer. This way I need to focus a little bit on the steering. The other way we can let the computer do the steering. Beep, auto steer on. Now this guy's doing the steering. quarter of a tank. Seems to be pretty much that we use here. It gets this much shorter every pass, like 20 meters, 30 meters shorter. Somewhere here if we drive. Should mow pretty good there. Now when we actually have to steer. Can look in the rear view mirror, then I can see if I try to go too far that way. Then it leaves some uncut. You can see the wheel now, it's basically moving the same amount if I do it manually driving or with the auto steer. About the same amount of steering motions. passes, then the triangle is done. Not Bermuda Triangle. Maybe there are some crop circles here, then it would be almost Bermuda Triangle. Or Area 51. Area 52. Down, up, down. And we need to start in that corner, do this side once. Then we can go around the whole thing once. The hills here where the oats didn't grow that well last year, there's way more clover. Like here's a ton of clover here. Then where the oats grew better or the thistles grew better, then there's a little bit less clover. But I think it will come in good now, especially if it gets more rain on it. I guess we go down, then we come back up, then we end up in this corner, which is good. Then we're gonna start working on the outside edges. we did, yeah, this here we did already, kind of the second to last pass. Just need to go down on the one side there. Then we have literally one pass around the out edge left. This we can still go with full speed, I guess, and with the mower all the way down. Then when we do the last pass here, we wanna lift the mower a little bit off the ground. Otherwise we will start hitting the dirt. Hitting the dirt a bunch. What do we have left? Lift the... It's basically so the mower is running flat on the ground. I have this, so this one should be actually off. I like to have this one like off, and then I just adjust with this. I usually just adjust manually with this this thing. You can lift the like hook up and down. This should be at the 0. I didn't have it at 0, but we should have it now when we do the outside lap. Now it's basically, I think that end we can still do like this. Then we need to slow down and lift up. Otherwise we'll hit a bunch of dirt. We'll slow down already now. Yeah, here we can still do this with the mower on the ground. Had it at like 7.5. Yeah, I usually have this at 0 because it basically rides on the ground, so it doesn't need to. Once I adjust from here, I can see it's like, so it doesn't lift the mower at all. When you do the majority of the field, you just want it like riding on the ground. But then the outside edge now, then I will lift it up a little bit. Now we have done what we can do basically here on the flat field. Then that corner I'm gonna leave completely done. Then we can do like this, probably rev it down. Then we can lift the inside first like this a little bit, so it's off the ground like maybe 20 centimeters. And then we need to pull this also so the outside edge is a little bit like that up in there, then maybe a little bit more here. Now we can try to drive a little bit forward. See, maybe I need to go this a little bit lower. Now I think it could be pretty good. We'll see when we drive forward here, see how it mows the edge. Like, we don't want it completely in the air, but we also probably want to slow down a bit. We'll see what it does now. Is it too much in there? Now it's probably too much in there. I'll lower down a bit. Now it might be good height. Slightly off the ground, but still cutting something. Now we might have good height. Yeah, now it's still cutting off the tips of the weeds, but not really hitting the dirt too much, I think. It might be a little bit like this now, but it's pretty good, I think. Mowing the weeds, but not really mowing the ground or hitting the ground too badly. Yeah, it's probably like 20 centimeters off the ground now. That's pretty good. Pretty good for the outside edge, I think. With the sickle bar you could go all the way down because it's not that sensitive to the dirt, but with this one I want to stay a little bit off the ground, spare the blades a little bit. Then I go a little bit slower around the outer edge. Definitely don't want to drive 10 kilometers per hour because now the mower is basically held up by the tractor now. So if the tractor goes like this a bunch, then the mower will hit the ground. So going a bit slower with this outside pass. When you're on the flat field you can go, should work with like 10 kilometers per hour, but here I'm going like 7 maybe. A little bit slower. I guess technically this way up I could have used auto steer, but it's fine also like this. Still have to do headlands on the other side with manual driving, so should work fine like this. I'm mowing like pretty much mowing out to the halfway of the ditch. Then the neighbor will do the other side. Maybe. At least our side is kind of cut and cleaned up. might hit some dirt there. Something puffed a little bit there, but if it's just dirt, it's kind of fine. There we definitely hit something. Might be the edge, might be higher up here, but it's fine as long as we're not mowing just dirt at least. Then this corner we're not gonna try to go in the corner there. Because there's for sure there should be one rock somewhere in the corner there, but that's too risky with this setup. Now it's better to do with the sickle bar mower. You can do the corners. There, now it looks pretty nice. Cleaned off the field. Cleaned up. Same here, there's a rock in the corner here, so try to dodge that and not cut that red pole. Is a marker for where the field drainage comes out. Also, do not want to like cut that. This should be fine here, and we can go down here. Then we'll just go down here and that other headland, and then this field is wrapped up. Should be all mowed. The outside edges, it's good to mow them at least once a year, because if you leave them completely uncut, then trees could start to grow there. If you mow it at least once a year, then the trees are so small that even the mower can kind of handle the trees. Yeah, if you drive the first time the other way, you need to drive the wheel really on pretty close to the edge. Then you can do a couple of times in the other direction. Then it will cut everything basically out to the half of the ditch. But the first pass this way, this wheel needs to be pretty much like on not in the ditch, but right on the edge there. Then 2 times 180 is gonna be enough to cut everything out to the field, so it looks pretty clean. No, if you had a 4-meter wide mower here, you could go you could go all the way to the neighbors. That's good with this one. I can't reach to the neighbors' crop, so I can't accidentally mow it unless I'm driving in the ditch. Here it's a little bit rough here at the edge. There's also a marker for like a drainage place, so we don't want to mow that. Could reverse a little bit here. Something there, we hit some rocks or some dirt there. Oh well. Now here's a bush. We removed one bush from there, from the ditch. Here's also one bush we could maybe at some point come and cut down. It's both on the neighbor's side and our side. I could mow it with this, but I can't reach far out enough. But yeah, to this corner, then we're done. We went from there, so that should be good. And maybe swing here still. No, it's done there. Now it's pretty much done. We can... It's best to put it down on the ground still, otherwise when you rev it down like this, it continues spinning for a long time, so if you lower it back to the ground and then drive forward, then we might get it to slow down a little bit faster. Otherwise it wants to spin and spin. But yeah, we can also shut the PTO off now. Or did we shut it? Yeah, it's shut off now. You can hear from the ticking sound, it's still spinning. When that ticking sound ends, then it's not spinning. Or did I shut it off? It should be shut off now when it's blinking. Now it's on. Now it's off. Time for John to wreck the mower. Maybe. Just drive it in some grass so I can get it to slow down, so then it's easier to flip it up. If it's not spinning like crazy. Four-wheel drive we can also shut off. Still spinning a little bit. And you could lift it up, but it might still be spinning the PTO, so might be best to wait for it to stop before I lift it up. You could probably lift it up now, but once the ticking stops, then you can see from there, then the discs are not spinning anymore. It has kind of a same thing as a bike has. So even if I shut off the PTO, it can still spin there. Then you hear the ticking sound. Well, now it stopped. And we can first lift this up. Up. Then we lift this up. Try to be slowly. This is kind of a little bit stiff still. Now it's in transport mode. Don't need to clean it off too much. John's gonna do the other field. Yeah, you definitely don't want to spin the PTO now. It's like at a very sharp angle when you lift it up. Definitely want to first lower that down, then lower this down, then start PTO. There you can see a couple of the blades. They look fine from here at least. I don't see like a big piece chipped off or anything. We can take a look at them before John goes to the field. Those two look fine at least. But yeah, let's roll out. Yeah, we can check the blades before you go. See that there's no major damage, but it looks fine. Or it cut fine at least. Yeah, pit stop, both driver change and... Well, we don't need to refuel at least, and we don't need to change the tires either. Like in Formula 1 or something. Should be good if we just check the thing and then continue mowing. Yeah, I could stop this record actually. Doesn't need to be on, then we just need to switch field here also. Yeah, 1/4 of a tank we used, pretty much. And yeah, that's a dark looking cloud there. Starting to look like rain clouds. Which is good, which is good. Yeah, it's 6 hectares, yeah. And yeah, if the tank is 140 liters, then we used a quarter. It's like, yeah, probably 40, maybe a little bit under even. Like it depends when I fill the tank. Like I didn't fill it like to the brim, so it might be a little bit like maybe I filled it to 140 liters only. But yeah, roughly something like that. Six per hectare. Yeah, that could be probably something around there. And go from here. Ready for driver change. Leave it somewhere here. Then we can check if the blades are good. I guess if John, I'm gonna take the stream and everything out from here because yeah, if I'm gonna do some mowing, I can stream that, and then I can maybe stream with the drone a bit when John is mowing. Then I need all the cell phones and everything, so I'm gonna take all these from here. Don't need this though anymore, probably. Good day. We got a log. Found a log.
Ja, jag gjorde sån här riktigt sån här.
Kunna pölli.
Pölli, ja.
Sen det var en spik var det. Det får om jag hittar en spik, men jag kan söka på nytt ännu dit sen.
Mm. Det är sån här liksom bjälk.
Oh, we need to do the...
How
How do we... Yeah, I'm gonna take all this stuff out.
Ja.
I just need to get this shut off. Done. How do I shut off this thing? I need this thing to be not on. Yeah, we can check the blades. And this log I can throw in the firewood pile. Okay, now we're good. Then yeah, I think... Diket rakt och sen flippade på insidan liksom först runt sen ändarna. Sen kör man fram och tillbaka, sen kör man till sist liksom 2 varven runt. Ja, till sist vad man kör det där när man kör det. När man kör det här upp på kanten så räcker det ett varv ännu på backan och sen sista varvet bara så där. Så blir det bra det upp. Alltså att du kör det liksom ett varv. Vanligt, jo ett varv med det på backan. Så blir det ju, så ser man just att det inte tar i det valen och sen det sista uppar det valen. Mm. Så gick det bra de uppe i alla fall. Ja, det där får man de uppgjorda som det där ner, man får ta det är 200 meter så här. Man får sådana kanske något 15 meters slices i gången. Så det är passligt att svänga om. Det är inte någon skillnad, så det är bara så att det är enkelt. Yeah, this one I need. This is drinks and the gloves. Take all my stuff out. Batteries. Well, yeah, I can take these out. They don't need to be here. I can take the batteries if we have pockets. Other battery. I shouldn't really need 2 batteries. John can put this one somewhere here. Then I need this stuff still. Then we should be pretty good to go out. Oh yeah, it's windy outside here, but it's as soon as you shut off the AC, you feel it's pretty warm day today. pretty warm. Now it should be ready for John. Then we can check how do the blades look, yeah. Is there major damage? Yeah, this side is the cutting side. That looks good. Maybe the one that hit the nail could be. Yeah, that you can see. The nail probably hit right there. Right there you can see a dip, but it cut fine. Like when I cut it, it's fine. But then before next time, there you can see.
Yeah, there probably.
Oh, there's shit in there. This should be freely, but there's grass in there. It's fine. It's moving. This should be like loose. But there you can see the blades are only sticking out very little. Like they only stick out this much. And this is doing all the cutting there. This one is free, like it should be. That's like grass stuck. But there, this side is doing the cutting. Here you can also see a little bit of a dent right there. But that's fine, it's still cutting. These spin pretty fast when you're mowing. You can take the shit out of there. Probably some grass, maybe some dirt went in there when I mowed. Oh yeah, I can take the... Can I get this from here? Because this is... All that stuff is there. The nail dropped down. The log came out. Well, it comes out nicely. I can't really open up this too much. There's the order steer stuff. Then we got the nail fell down here. This is the wood piece. This is firewood. This is nail. Found our treasure today. This bit. Ja, det är för något strå. Det kan se slutet när jag stängde av drog så fort jag kan se det. This guy. There was one nail, another nail, and then a pretty chunky piece. I'm gonna throw this in the firewood pile. Then it's good to continue mowing. Just switch over fields. The mower adjustments are very good now. It cuts both ways, very good. Yep. De har fastnat i, ja. This would go straight in the burner. It's pretty short. I'll throw this here in the pile. Then I'll take lunch break. Then we can see if we can fly the drone a bit. Or maybe I'm gonna mow the lawns a bit. But either at least try to show a little bit with the drone. Leave you guys somewhere here. It shouldn't rain now, so we can leave you guys outside. Even though over there it looks like it's almost raining. Maybe I could take you guys to the gazebo. There you would be covered. Gazebo time. Then we'll continue from there in a bit. Pretty windy outside. Would be kind of good lawn mowing weather. It's not too hot and very windy. Can try to mow a bit with the smaller mower. First we mowed the big mower, now the small mower. Leave you guys here. Then you will be able to see John from here actually. But we'll try the drone after food.
then you can see better. But from here you will maybe see John. I can't zoom with this camera, it would be good to zoom in, but you maybe will see John in the distance there. How can we get this so it doesn't fall down? Use the battery as a weight. That's probably good. You will maybe see John in the distance, but yeah, foot brake, be back in a bit.
close to us on the right side of the stream. But I think we can fly the drone still. But if it starts to rain more, yeah, then best to not fly the drone. Also, best to not. I'm not gonna mow the lawn either if it's raining even a little bit, because there's gonna be time for that later. But let's try to fly the drone a little bit here. If we can get this set up here so it works. We needed this phone. Or that, and this should be not, yeah, like this. Get some things set up here. Accidentally restarted the phone, I think. Well, let's this come on. Then we can try to drone around a little bit. I guess this, if we turn a little bit, it shows kind of the whole field that John is working on there. If you have it like this. Very close to us it is, but it's very slight rain now, but there might be some rain actually, which is good. But let's try to fly the drone before. We need this one, then we need this setting. A little bit of a setup with the drone. I wish I would have, at some point I might have like a dedicated phone for the drone, and it would be easier. Old phone charge up the chat and everything here takes like ages, literally. I can put the drone somewhere on the ground already where it's like flat enough.
put you on a little break here, then we'll come back in a little bit. His car had some car issues. Well, that's not good. Let's check the damage. That wasn't very good. Let's see what the camera is doing. We did cross our skis, I think. The source heat then actually. I think I know what it is. Let's see if we can do this.
show that. Oh yeah, it should be actually. Yeah, it should show now. Let's see. Trying to do something at least there. See now if we get this thing fired up. We could try to go also. Something is happening for sure. Let's see if we get this. There's a drone, then we need to go to the other scene. Let's see, hopefully it's like the right way. Landscape, now it's like not the good landscape thing. Needs to be full screen, or almost full screen. It's good, but it's not full screen. I needed to do, what did I need to do to fix this? Yeah, I'll put you on a little break, then I'll come back here. Hopefully I can get this to full screen. Had some car issues. Well, that's not good. Let's check the damage. That wasn't very good. Let's see what the camera is doing. We did cross our skis, I think. Is it not full screen? That was visible for a little bit and then went away. But it's not full screen now. It's the one thing I need to. When I do this, it needs to be this way, but now it's. How did I fix this? I had this working, but now it would work, but it's like not full screen there.
and the only way to see if it's working, if it's drying here. Kinda not good. On the other, this one it would be so small. It would be nice to get it to full screen. This would work. I think it's working now, but why is it not full screen? This worked last time, it was full screen, but maybe I need to start them in the right order. Yeah, now it's like it tries to be the vertical thing, even if it's, I guess this other one is a little bit better, but it's, of course it's not full screen. Who could have guessed that? When I start the app there, it like starts in the whatever the other mode is. That's why the picture is not full screen. That's why it's like this now. And I restarted it already, but it's still like in the not full screen. Should we just fly like this and you guys have to zoom in like crazy, because it would be nice to get it to full screen, but I don't think it's very easy. Again, if I would have one more cell phone it would be easier, but it was last time full screen, but now I wonder why it's not. But yeah, let's fly like this. You guys can zoom in on your screen. It's gonna be kind of a small picture, but we'll see if it. Last time it was a little bit laggy. We'll see if we can get it completely unlaggy now. That would be good. Let's record there and then. Try this before we completely run out of battery. Let's see, is it laggy or is it just delay? Oh, now it's working. I don't think there's too much lag even now. Yeah, sorry about the small picture. I will have to try to work on that for next time. Let's go see what John is doing. If I stand here, it should be. We should have good. You should be able to hear me at least. But yeah, it seems like John started with the. He started with the headlands a little bit here. Did the headlands. Now he's going back and forth, I think. Did a little bit here at both ends first, just manually like this, to start it off. Now I think he's doing the auto steer driving. Yeah, there's John. He's probably not going 10 kilometers per hour, but it's going decently fast. Let's stay out of the power lines also. Sort of mower guy here. Now we can see here pretty straight lines here.
I think he did the first there without the order steer, maybe there's a little bit left. Here it should be good. Yeah, this is order steer stuff here.
Now at least it's not lagging, we just needed the full screen now, yeah. That's the next challenge, to get it to start in full screen.
Here he also cut. Oh, he cut a bunch here at least. That's a lot here at the headland at least. I don't know why it left like that, why he did what he did there.
Should be pretty straightforward now with the auto steer stuff.
The first line was probably not straight, or maybe he did something manual driving there or something. So for the power lines. Other than the full screen, I think it's now finally.
It's not lagging now, I think, at all.
Sorry about the small picture, yeah, but it's not lagging, I think. So the getting it to full picture, that should be doable. I don't know, I need to start the apps in a certain order, I think. Might be something with that, maybe. Let's go high up now. Look from here. Pretty straight lines now, minus the one. He did some testing on the first one, I think. Otherwise, it's pretty straight lines now. Let's go so high that we can see the whole field in one go. We might be able to see it if we go up 100 meters. Or at least almost the whole field. And now we're up to the basically legal limit. We can almost see the whole field here. Like that we can see. There's the little mower mowing. He's got a few back and forth laps on this field. Okay, and it's not raining yet. Close to raining, but we can fly. I don't have enough battery life to keep you up until he mows this whole piece, I think.
maybe 15. It's probably gonna take more than 15 minutes. I don't know how fast he's driving. But yeah, we're about 100 meters above the thing now. Upside down. We went to Australia for a bit there. But yeah, now I think once we have good connection now, we can get it to work like this. And then once I get it to full screen, yeah, then it's even better. I don't think it's lagging at all today. It's actually running pretty smooth. Oh, yeah, this might be risky with the goddamn power cables there. We can't go fly there, hit the power cables. Close to the ground. Let's see from here when he comes next pass. This maybe. To the ground now. Maybe a little bit this way, a little bit this way. Should have put auto steer on, or drive manually first and then put auto steer. John has a little bit to train with the auto steer. It's best to drive manually, put it like in the right place and then put the auto steer. Then it doesn't do this snaking a bit. But it's fine. Here it's going good now. I had a little bit of snaking there also today when I drove. Otherwise here it's doing good.
Where's the plastic in the front actually? Is that ripped off or what? Nah, it's just pushed back, I guess. But yeah, I got 42% in the drone. I can still fly a little bit. Then I need to come back. We almost had time for him to do this whole piece. He's got a few passes left, but maybe we got enough battery to show everything here. Once he finishes, there should be like maybe 2 or 3 passes left here. Maybe he's mowing the stuff he missed there a little bit. Can always grab it if you miss some. There we go. It's got 2 passes left. Maybe we have enough battery to show this. We'll see. When it starts to beep here, I need to return because I have a little bit. The drone is a little bit away from where I'm at, so I need to fly a little bit before I'm able to land. Just land it in the field. It's probably starting to complain at 25%, and I need to fly it back here. A little bit of a distance to get back. Fly around too much, then it conserves battery, I guess, a little bit. One time back and forth. 28% battery. Maybe we'll have just enough to show this and then fly away. But yeah, I can fly about maybe 20 minutes with one battery. Almost 20 minutes I can fly. We'll see when he comes back here the other way now. Then I'll have to evacuate. Evacuate drone. I guess I could try to land. I don't want to land it in the field anywhere because there's some grass.
Aircraft return to the home point.
oh shit, it will come back on its own. Well, we're out of there. It's trying to come back itself, so I'm out. I'm out. It starts to complain, yeah, when you have like 25%, then it starts to complain. So I could fly for whatever, 15, 16, 17 minutes maybe. I'll have to go here and see if I can land. I will have to go here myself. Shaking now. But it's not lagging, so now I only need to make it so it's full screen. Then we're good. But yeah, I'll put it on the BRB, then I'll come back from here. Had some car issues. Well, that's not good. Let's check the damage. That wasn't very good. Let's see what the camera is doing. We did cross our skis, I think. Back, but yeah, other than the not being full screen, which is kind of a big deal, it worked good there. Otherwise, I don't think it lagged too much. That's pretty good. But yeah, we'll see now. I think I could mow a little lawn, but I'm thinking there's kind of a big chance of some small rain, so I could check let's check the rain radar here quick. It was very close there before I started with the drone, but oh yeah, it's basically raining here, or it's very close, and it's gonna start. Yeah, it's gonna start to rain within a few minutes. Like, not much, but enough that I don't really want to stream in the rain. the 2-cam setup there is now always a loading circle in the spot when second. Oh yeah, I thought it was. There is something. I thought it was just my phone here with some dirt on it. Oh yeah, there's a little thing there. I wonder where that came from. But that's not too big of a deal. It's probably if I hide the source, it should probably go away. Let's see if I can get it to go away. It should be possible to get that removed. But yeah, that's kind of a minor issue if we got that little circle there. It's not a big deal. I just need the thing to be in full screen. That's kind of a bigger problem. Like that. Let's see if it gets removed now. Yeah, it's just the source when I have the source, but I kind of want to have it on. I don't know. I need to toggle it on and off otherwise. Now there's no circle. But yeah, I guess before it starts to rain, we can take a quick look in the garden and stuff. But I'm not gonna start to mow any lawn with the small mower because too big chance of rain. Also I need to put, I'm gonna take the drones away first. I'll be right back. I don't wanna leave anything out here in the rain if it actually starts to rain. Yeah, John's mowing. I can take a quick look at the garden stuff. Really try to get the rain to come. Try to be outside, try to be in the rain. Then it usually starts to rain.
I had the roof windows open in the greenhouse. Oh, I see one has fallen down because it was getting too hot in the greenhouse. But now when it's cloudy, I think we can close these windows, roof windows. Also, this is kind of one weakness of the thing is that when you open these roof windows, like they're like this one was like this, but then when it's really windy it does this, and then this comes out like this. There should be something you could lock this so this stays the lower end here. Otherwise this can fall out too easy, then it falls down like that. This one had done that, but now we can close these, I think. If I can line them up. That's the way you close them. Do we need to irrigate today? I did irrigate yesterday. Pretty good. This one seems to be dying for some reason. The other ones look good, so it's probably when I planted them here it could have been an issue with that. But these other ones, I think there's enough moisture there. I don't think we need to put more today. Tomorrow we can irrigate again a little bit more. But yeah, let's close the roof windows. But yeah, other than that, the gherkins like these guys are growing. This one and this one, they're growing very nice. Same with the third one. I was pretty sure when I planted those that I broke off too many roots, but apparently not. Now it's raining. It's raining, guys. Do you hear that sound? I forgot what that sound was. It's rain. Oh man. Here we go. No. More rain. The corn is growing very nice. I think the corn really likes the warm weather. These look a lot healthier now. When I had them indoors, they look kind of weak. But these leaves are now growing a lot each day. Just need to irrigate enough here so it stays wet enough where it can grow a lot. Now it's stopped already. But we got a few drops, that's a good sign. Once it starts, it could maybe continue for a long time. But yeah, everything else looks pretty good. Potatoes look good, tomatoes look good. This one has some issue for some reason. This one seems to be dying, but that's okay if one dies. There's also a bunch of ants here, but I don't think the ants are the problem. The tomatoes also, I need to put like sticks so we can have them like off the ground. But that we can do maybe even tomorrow if it's a rainy day, or on Sunday. But yeah, it is raining a bit now. Very, very little. John can mow, it's fine. But a few drops are coming down. It's good. Like it very much. Like the rain a lot. Believe it or not, like it a lot. Yeah, there's even cracks forming here in the ground, so for sure we need the rain. But yeah, I guess we can close this door. This should be fine here now. It's not gonna get too hot here with the rain, I think. Yeah, it's like under 30 degrees now. But yeah, might end the stream here today because John's just gonna finish that up. It's raining, so I can't really do anything outside. Probably time to chill the rest of the day. Or do some, I don't think I had anything important to do right now. Maybe some paperwork and stuff. But yeah, thanks for watching today. Now we know the drone stuff works, except I need to get it to full screen, which worked last time, so I don't know. Maybe I need to start some app before the stream or something. But yeah, thanks for watching. Have a good week and I'll see you guys next time.
yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah. You can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Great dawn bread, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still starts on command. Oh yeah. Red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 halls as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the ride, and the spruce that scrapes so high.